No, inspections went terribly. But my attitude is good, and that's what matters. You know what I mean? I get to move house. You know, it's gonna be fine. Oh, I left reverb on? Really? Well, you know what? Maybe that was a good... That's a nice way to start stream. Of course I would. Okay, guys, we can't do everything perfectly. I don't need to be perfect, okay? Who wants a perfect streamer? No one. That would be boring, okay? That would be boring. And you know what? I'm not boring. And what? And now we get a starting screen sub? Life is good. It's never been better. And not only is it a starting screen sub, but it's Dirty Deeds, and it's a tier 3, and it's 51 months later. And we're in Area 51. You know? No, it's the good place today. And you got a coffee cup, Slay. Good for you. Hello. You chose violence. You did. You chose violence today. This is the good place. I don't know if I trust this lady. You know what? The good place is in your head. Well, the good place is in my head. And you know what? You're welcome. It's an open invite. So, also, I had a migraine this morning, but I've recovered. So, you know, it's good. Yes, but you can put the washing away. You can put your earbuds in, Baker, and put your washing away, or just sit and fold it. Good old-fashioned folding moment. Yeah, well, Jazz, you deserve the vape for occasionally being too mean to me. So, take that. But yes, my attitude is good. The inspection's awful. Am I still on a path to potential homelessness? Maybe. But life is good. Sometimes you just gotta ride a wave.
Full house deposit. So
Another one for me? Stop it. What is this hand? Stop it. VT, 27 months. Thank you so much. And for you, a butterfly fish. That's so nice. Good for you. See? That's because you're nice to me. You don't get a fucking vape. Hello, everyone. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday, right? It's Thursday. Hello. Welcome on in. It's an attitude. I have adjusted my attitude. I get to move house. I get to move house. I'm a happy girl. Life is good. I get to move house. Oh,
this is a full-blown
Citizen
house
B.
deposit, so
Stop it.
Morning pics smile.
I'm doing this hand for every sub today. Stop it. That's right. One for every sub. 3 months already? Thank you. Oh, I forgot to close the door and the window. Hold on. No, I did close the window. Actually, do you want to know why I'm in a delightful mood? I think Pixel's cough is getting better today. She hasn't really coughed at all today. She's been very good. She's been very good. Now, I have had the air purifier running the whole day. So, I don't know, maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe it's the new meds. I'm not sure, but she's coughed so much less. Maybe it's because the temperature has cooled down. It's not hot anymore. I'm not sure. But it's delightful. She's been such a good girl today. So, delightful. Good mood. It's not a blue top. It's a blue dress. Pay attention. My goodness. I just stood up. Oh, did you write that before I stood up, though? You probably did. You probably did. Rumors are that the election will be called tomorrow. Great. I'm so excited to really dive into Australian politics, which are absolutely so functional right now. Yep. I've been doing my little bit of research, and my God. So if you look back into the past and you remember the seat of Kooyong, does everybody remember Josh Frydenberg, that guy? You know, that guy. Do we remember that guy? And remember how he got ousted out of his seat in Kooyong? Do you remember that? And he got replaced by Dr. Monique Ryan, right? You know, that was cool, right? Anyway, the Liberals have put up another candidate in Kooyong. And it really just shows the state of the Liberal Party. Because guess what she was in? Private finance. That's right. I swear these Liberals, all they want to do is put people who work in like private equity, private finance, all of that crap. And I'm really hoping it doesn't work. But my faith in a very fickle voting public is so small. So we shall see. Anyway, I have my little can of happiness. That's right. My little Australian made ginger beer that, you know, keeps me going every day. Hi, Satos. It's a fantastic dress. Honestly, I've gotten a lot of wear out of this because you can just like chuck it on. It's easy to wash. It's good quality. It's comfy. See, this is the cough. It's so much better. That's on the way out. It's on the way out where we're calming down. It's not a blue shirt, false. You be careful, I'll go through your chat history again. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm so authoritarian now. I run this shit as if I was going to sit here and run through people's chat history. Are you afraid of nuclear war? I'm not. Right into it. Let's go. Let's talk nuclear war. Wait. Go, you've just started. You know what? I'm bringing the air purifier in here. Hold on. Nuclear war and an air purifier. Perfect. Go. Nuclear war? Did someone send some codes on Signal? Perhaps. Hi, Shaky. What's your opinion on the taking signs down by Dr. Monty Ryan husband? And what's your opinion on a senator taking a raw fish into the Senate? I just think it's all a bunch of nothing. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's like anything I should even cover. Like, okay, sure, we're taking raw fish into the Senate. We're going to do that now. It's just going to be, guys, there is a certain way I want to cover politics, and the little bits that mean nothing to me. I don't give a fuck that Dr. Monique Ryan's husband took down some signs. You want to know what's going on across the whole city? Probably that and more. It's just, it is so by the by. And it's like, that shit does not matter. You know what matters? When like the American Gestapo is like taking people off the street, right? And what that says for society and where we're moving. That's what matters, right? I don't know, chat. this may be my full descent into absurdism. Like, I just think it's all stupid and not meaningless, but people's quest for meaning has gotten so manipulated to the point where it's you let your brain soak up the most stupidest shit, right? It's stupid. And the political theater over the next 6 weeks may kill me slowly as I move house. Am I worried about nuclear war though? I think that there is an inevitability that because of religion, we all end up killing each other as human beings. So, not me personally, but I truly think that a level of fundamentalism across the world is our biggest problem. And do I think that that can potentially lead to nuclear war? Yeah, I do. But like, if that happens, it just happens. Like, that's so beyond my control that I will not spend any time thinking about it. Do you know what I mean? Am I the kind of girly who's going to survive a nuclear winter? Probably not. I'm barely surviving moving house. Okay? So let's just like roll it back a little bit. Yeah, it's just all... I think where I sit in my politics right now is I look at why people do things, and I look at what has to make sense for people to act the way they act in certain situations. Like I sit there and I try and make sense of people's behavior, including within politics. And I think you can see people's reasoning for some bullshit. And it's just, unless women and men come together and stop hating each other, which, I don't know, all signs point to very bad right now. And unless we actually develop some class consciousness and get rid of fundamentalism, I truly think there is a relatively high chance that we all blow each other up. I think I can survive a regular winter this winter. I can do it. I'll do it for you, chat. I'll do it for you. Because who else is going to be a really great streamer for you guys? No one. There's no one else who can do my job like this. There just isn't. I'm so unique and one of a kind and I have so much worth, you know? No. This is the good place now. I've totally rearranged my attitude. I get to move house. And that's so exciting. You know? It's such a fresh start in a fresh place. You know? Brand new memories. How exciting. I just have to find one. Today's inspections were very bad, though. One of the places today, very bad. Very, very bad. So the entrance was like, you go in, you turn left, then you turn right, then you turn left again. And I was like, I ain't getting any of my furniture in here. Do you know what I mean? It's not a thing that's going to happen. How will the furniture even go in? There's no way, okay? It can't go turn. Like, how do you, just to get into the living room? So like, no. It could have been all right. Like there were other compromises that I could have made and applied for the place, but no. Just no. You stand at vertical, it still would have been so complicated and just not worth it. Like there were not enough positives to this place to outweigh the negatives. Ross Geller could get it in. Pivot! Sorry. I love that scene. I do. I enjoy that scene a lot. It used to be one of my alerts. But yeah, it's okay. It's fine. I get to move. And today's a good day. So it's fine. Yeah, not happening. Sounds like you have experience with such things. I've lived in a lot of places now, so I kind of know what I do and do not want. I do see the hellholes, Greed. I used to live in one. Like when I am looking at places now, I'm like, the likelihood that that place has black mold is high because that looks exactly where what I used to live in with my best friend. Oh, we're calling it right now. May 3rd. Perfect. It'll be over before my birthday. Delightful. How exciting. Woohoo. I love electoralism. I'm so excited for how cool and normal the media is going to be over the next little while. Yay. It's scrolling along the bottom of ABC News. Perfect.
Full-blown house deposit. So
Most apartments are just different varieties of hellhole, honestly.
It's true.
Landlord
Enjoy your
special is
broken
doing it literally
sword.
the worst and cheapest way.
Athena, 54 months. Thank you so much. Sure. But it's okay. I truly think in the end, I'm going to fix everything. Don't know how yet. We're starting with myself. Then we're going to like my wider circle. And then from there, I truly think I can fix everything. Do I have a written down plan in place? No. But I have, when do you fix us? I've been working on it for ages. Okay? I feel like, some of you have been slightly fixed. Yeah, the issue is that people still want to be rich because they think it looks cool. Like, everybody wants to be happy and they think that being rich will make them happy. But it's actually the richness of your relationships that makes you happy.
This is my fee to get fixed.
Miggy!
It's taken 89
89.
months and there's still many months to
Stop.
go.
Stop soon, you finish more. Count Quackula? You got a duck. That's so cute. Not Count Quackula. Thank you for the 89 months, Miggy. I feel fixed, but then again, that could be the vasectomy. No, everybody deserves to be able to support themselves and afford basic needs and live a comfortable life. Yeah. Wealth disparity, on the other hand, but it's when people can't discern the difference between living a good life and taking more than you need because of greed. And right now, greed is in. Greed is unfortunately in. So, yeah. Greed can be out if we make it socially cool for greed to be out. That's the problem. Oh, Kiwi Rob, I do not think you're talking out of your ass. It's fine. Greed is my middle name, but only when it comes to shared fish and chips. I want most of the chips. I think that's okay. Like, as long as you're not overeating and, other people are starving because you ate so many chips, I think that's okay. We tried that and we got hipsters. Okay, what's with the hipster hate? I consider myself a little bit of a hipster. Deep down. Do you know what I mean? I am. I'm a bit hippie. You know? I like the moon. I like some rocks. I like a dirty gin martini. I don't know. It gives a little hippie sometimes. And I don't think we should do hippie hate. What do you want to do? Do you really, like, think about it. Do you really want to go back to the 1950s, which is what we're doing right now? You really want a husband to go and work? Or do you want to be the husband that goes and works 9 to 5, comes home to a wife that's miserable and secretly hates you because she has no agency in her life, and then 2 kids that don't even know you because you're always at work? Like, do we really want to go back to that? Come on now. No, we want, like, meaningful relationships between people. And that's the biggest problem. It's all of this, like, even this casual bullshit that came about because of, like, dating apps or just our inability to connect. Okay. Kind of hot in these rhinos. You can be a Swiftie hipster. All right? I know, because I am one. I must disagree on the family part. I mean, people want families. But, like, sure, the nuclear family works for some people. Do you know what works for most people, though? Community. Deep community bonds. Because most families these days, right? Say you got mom, dad, 2.5 children. They don't really have help. They don't have community help. They don't have the neighborly help that used to exist. I'm mostly salty about hipsters because secondhand records are stupidly priced now. Do you know what? I have like 8 records and it annoys me that I don't have more. But, you know, that's a little bit of consumerism where I can, like, give and take and whatever. Oh, wow. A hype train. Guys, you've spoken too much. Okay? Stop getting so excited in my chat. You're not allowed to get this excited. Look what you did. You set off the hype train. Ugh. Why? Now I feel like obliged to try and scam $5 out of half of you. But I won't. Dating apps have more males on them and are based off a system of matching based on how many likes you get. When you have unbalanced numbers, the app won't work well by its design. The app doesn't work well by design because community and, like, long-lasting bonds don't necessarily start from scratch. They start from shared interests. They start from community. That's often how long-lasting bonds exist. I'm not saying dating apps don't work for anybody. They do. But a lot of time, it's very hard to build off nothing. Snowhawk, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Yes, I know, but it's a fake definition of happiness. That's the problem. As humans, we are so... Do you know what we find really sexy? Answers. Do you know what I mean? A lot of the time, we just want someone to tell us how we will be happy, what's right, what's moral. You know, the answers are so comforting. That's why religion came about. It's like, it's okay, you're suffering. It's all right, you're going to be happy in the afterlife. All right? Here's the answer. Here's the answer, and the answer is God. Here's your comfortable fucking answer, right? And you have to encourage people to be more comfortable with their own discomfort. No, I hate that. So, yes, Frosty, I agree with you, but I hate your terminology. It's so red pill, master of your own life. Do you know what like you know when master or the idea of master, I don't like the terminology. It's because there is no feasible vision of happiness. Happiness comes in moments. Happiness isn't something that is entirely continual. It's a choice in a moment to feel happy. And yes, work fucks a lot of people. Capitalism fucks a lot of people. Chat, I'm hungry. Bag of chips or salmon rice? Bag of chips. You deserve happiness. You'll feel better if you have the salmon rice. You have to be a guy in the end, right? And have both emotional strains and an honest mechanical life too. What does being a guy even mean? What does that mean? Not you running a poll over the hype train. Jeez. It's fine. No one was hype anyway. God tells us or something? Dunno, this is the preacher talking. Which God? Yes, well, try. You cheated. I would still encourage you to find other little things you can pin happiness on as well.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just
Oh,
tell
great.
everybody it's a cult.
Not
Like,
you
if they come
carrying.
in, you'll scare them off. It's a community, guys.
Stop
It's a
it.
community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And you got a beer.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Thanks to it, Macat.
Salty, 42.
Thank you, Macat Boy, less than 3.
And you got a... Well, you didn't get the strange vase. Great did. I had happiness the other week. Saw an old co-worker who I got their number, but she seems to not really text. So we bumped into each other the other night at the club I go to, and she insisted I hang out with her the rest of the night. Stop! That's lovely. Good for you, Dirty Deeds. What's winning? Not the salmon rice. Well, actually, everyone's meowing. Lol. I don't know. Did you get a koi? And now you got a tuna. More votes than viewers. I don't think democracy is working. At tiny loud channel points. You know, I don't think you're supposed to be happy when Ramadan ends, right, though, Athena? Because isn't Ramadan when you've felt closest to God? Isn't that why you do Ramadan? Because it's the most sacred time where you're the closest to God?
Boy!
I'm not meowing. Woof 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 woof. Bark.
Thank you for not... Oh my god. Thank you for touching my dono bar. Wait. Thank you for filling... Wait. Thank you for making my dono bar less lonely. That's so nice. Now it looks touched. That's so good. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look like everybody hates me. And I really appreciate that, Non. Fight, Roshan, fight. You've been here like 3 days in a row now. Uh-oh. It's the most validating thing to happen to my content since I was just given $10. Thank you so much. Like, when newbies come back, I'm like, wow. Everyone is right. I am very funny and cool and nice and entertaining. So, you know, really, really validating me. Sounds like a good excuse for a cake. I could so do a cake.
False_om gifted a tier 1 sub to Fight Roshan Fight. They have given 49 gift subs in the channel.
I don't have any cake. I now need cheesecake. I don't know why. I think it's because I had that cheesecake ice cream the other night. And now I'm salivating. You ruined that. Yeah, what have you done? I was having a great day. Now I want cake. I have candles. What could we celebrate? Could put a candle in an orange where I have a grapefruit. I could put a candle in a banana. Hi, Iris. I could put a candle in a banana. I shan't buy cake. Just be like Senator Cotton and have a slice of birthday cake every single day. Do you know what? I am going to make myself a birthday cake this year, even if nobody else does. I'm going to make myself a birthday cake this year, and I'm going to make a delicious sponge cake with cream and strawberries, like my grandma used to do before she died. I'm going to, because that's, I think it's either, my favorite kind of cake is probably sponge cake. So I'm going to make sponge cake. Chat, thank you so much for the level 1 hype train that just appeared out of nowhere while there was no actual hype. I'm very grateful. Thank you. It was understated, so understated. It's fine. You guys don't have to be hype about me all the time when I can be so hype about myself. Just make sure you're looking after yourself, Nom. Gaining weight isn't always bad. Like, I gained weight after I quit ballet and got a few stretch marks. It's not always bad, but I would just be careful because you don't want to... Weight is one of those... Oh God, it's so... Look, I realize this is a touchy topic to talk about, right? But it's one of those things that you want to keep an eye on and do the best you can with. It has no morality to it, but it does have health outcomes associated with it. It's just a reality. And it doesn't make you any less of a person or anything like that. But you just want to be careful with it. Exactly, Vox. It's just, it's weight in general. No, you don't see that much anymore. Hey, SSCC, it doesn't work in the same way. Yeah, but like joining the gym isn't about losing weight, Athena. If you want to join a gym, you go just to go to the gym. I haven't been in a little while. I lowered my membership to just on hold because obviously I went traveling. I had pneumonia and then I went traveling, but I am going to go back. But now it's kind of like I want to go back, but also now I'm moving. I don't even know where I'm moving to, so I might have to find a new gym. So it's like, it's fine. Nom on SSCC is on YouTube. Yeah, but I don't I do look, some people do really well going to the gym with a goal. And sometimes that goal is losing weight and sometimes that goal is getting fit. I truly think that it is the action of just doing something for yourself that should be the motivation. Because if you tie your value to weight or if you tie your value to a level of fitness, you're in danger. And I don't know. This is probably a very specific, unique perspective of mine. I don't know. I never want to associate my value with a weight. Hey, I mean, going to the gym so that you don't end up disabled, good goal. Also, False, thanks for gifting Roshan. That was very nice of you. Hey, Scary. Yeah, I mean, to retain independence, Nom, for sure. I think it's not about, Try said on YouTube, spending half an hour on the treadmill barely burns any calories anyway. I think it's mostly in diet and gaining muscles, so you're just burning more calories all the time. I would agree with that. But also going for a walk, I don't think that is mostly about losing weight. Walking or walking on the treadmill, that is just for your body. It is for your body to move because our bodies were meant to move. And we don't move as much these days. Like if you're living a life where you're out and about and you're doing things and you're walking around to town or, our bodies were meant to move. I mean, having cardiovascular health is important. I hate cycling. I know a lot of people love cycling. I hate it. I hate bikes. I hate cycling. That's my personal opinion. But I know lots of people love cycling. Internally, you should never tie it doesn't matter if you tie your value to weight or not. Pretty much everyone ties your weight to their first impression of you, and that affects so many interactions throughout life. It definitely can, Trya, and I don't want to discount that. right? How you look changes the way people treat you, but it's not because of the way you look. It is because the assumptions that are associated with it, right? And I think that people look around and they want to engage with people who are motivated in life because it bodes for more fun, more reliability and stuff like that. And so I think it's the same when you're looking in relationships as well, right? When you see somebody taking care of themselves, it's an attractive thing because they seem capable. And it's not that if you're not at a healthy weight or you're bigger that you're not capable, it's the assumptions that people make. That's why I have made a conscious choice to lower my stress today by being happy. Have you still been doing yoga? No. So since I got back from traveling, I haven't done anything because I had pneumonia over Christmas and then just went traveling. But I did a fuck ton of exercise while traveling and I was fine. Like there was hiking and walking, so much walking. So, you know, it's been fine. And I just walk Pixel every day at the moment. You could argue it's an assumption of free time. It's not. I don't think it's free time. I think humans just want to be with humans who want to do things because I have this like idea that we're all secretly very insecure and we want to hang out with people who encourage us to do more things. And there are those people that that are doers, that go out and they live their life. And when you're hanging around those people, you become those people, right? You turn into the people that you hang around with, for better or for worse, whatever qualities they have. So a lot of people find themselves drawn to people who display fitness because it is associated with like doing things in life. And because we're so insecure, we truly want people who will help us live our lives. You don't want to turn into me though, Shaky. Look, I'm a doer to the point where I have crash outs. I can do and do and do and do and do, and then I have 3 days where I'm like, I'm not doing the things. There are no more things to be done. I shan't be doing things for a few days, and then I'll do something else. You just have to also be quite gentle with yourself when that happens. And I'm not particularly good at that, but we're working on it. I have a bad habit of filling spare time, as in you don't know how to fill spare time, Tamsin? Oh, you can't, you have the productivity thing. Yeah, no, you don't deserve rest. You have to be doing something always because you don't deserve rest. And then anytime you're resting, you feel guilty. And so it doesn't even feel like rest anyway. Yeah, that's relatable. Hi, Moshinima. My day was, I had a migraine this morning. That was shit. Couldn't get my nails done because I couldn't drive because I couldn't see. And then when I recovered from that, I took Pixel for a walk. And I'm in a great mood because her cough's not as bad. I just used her 2 favorite words though, so that was stupid. And I had a delicious orange that had no pips in it. That was great. But then the houses I inspected were bow. Not very fun. Definitely couldn't get my furniture in. Not good. Not good. It was not an orange in the shower. I just chopped it up and ate it. Question. Are we doing Max for History Night? Should I wait with making food so I'm not hungry again later? Tiny, you're going to be hungry again later no matter what. But yeah, we've got war rationing on the Italian home front during World War II. It's giving cake. And I want cake. And I'm a little bit mad that I don't have cake. I'm contemplating cake. As long as your bed comes apart, Tamsin. Does your bed come apart? It's true. You really, Forlorn, I really do think that you have to seek things when you're an adult. You really do. You have to prioritize it. And oftentimes you just don't have the energy. I get it. But it's heavy in a corner stair, but we have removalists. They'll be able to get it up then. It'll be fine. But the corner stair is, you know, a real pivot moment. My friends used to be in my dorm room or a short walk away. Now we have jobs and live far away. I think as an adult then you have to go and you have to do shit by yourself. That is what I've learned. I do shit by myself all the time. Like I go to the beach by myself. I take Pixel to the beach by myself. Like I will say the world opened up to me once I started doing shit on my own. It's not always fun to do shit on your own. But yeah. Oh, Tamsin, I understand that I will be in panic mode for the next month. I think I know, Forlorn. You just one day you will be brave and you will do it and it will get easier every time. But that's why it's really sometimes it is really hard to do things if you feel like you don't have anyone. But I've also been on my own so long now that I can... Sometimes my motivation is low and I don't do anything in a day, right? Well, I do. But, like, my motivation to walk Pixel is always there. Every day. Unless I'm dying of pneumonia. But, I don't know. Your life is your own. And if certain things will make you happy in your life, you can do it. And sometimes when you start doing things on your own, then other people want to do them with you anyway. Or you might find somebody that wants to meet up with you, especially if it becomes like a routine. Familiarity is a hell of a drug. Do you feel like panic mode gets things done? Sometimes. I can be extremely motivated to get... Oh, hold on. Sorry, you gotta be turned off for a sec. I didn't realize it's because the sun went down. There you go. No, Moshinima, that's really exciting. Good for you. Yeah, it's just because the light changed and so the camera doesn't know what to do with itself. So it gets confused. And then it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. And it freaks out. I don't know. At university, I was always a deadline girly. Like, shit was always delivered at the last minute, you know? Which is such a stupid way of doing things. But that's how I got through university, so. I wonder if it would be different now. Probably not. Probably not. It would probably be the same. Nymph, you haven't missed anything. Welcome on in. I call it just-in-time delivery. What are you, a supermarket? It does sound better. I'm stealing that. You can't wait past the deadline. Some things have deadlines and some things you just have to do. And sometimes you're going to be uncomfortable because life is uncomfortable. The better you can get at doing hard things that make you uncomfortable or things that you don't want to do, the better your life becomes. And you don't have to get it perfect all the time. So if you don't do it all the time, you don't go, oh my God, I'm such a piece of shit. I'm such a lazy piece of shit and I never do anything. You go, okay, well, I did get it right this time. Let me do it again. All right, let me do it again. We go again, right? I have a pile of washing right there, right now. It's right there. I haven't touched it, but that's okay. Do you want to know why? Because I've been a little bit stressed about moving house. And it's okay because it will get done. All right? My house isn't dirty. I just have a pile of washing. There's some toys on the floor and my kitchen's got a few things on the sink. That's normal. I don't have to hate myself because my house isn't clean. Okay? I'm low-key in paralysis this morning. I should be working on a project I have and I'm not sure why I'm not. Scraticus, do something else. Do something else right now, like make a coffee or I don't know what you do. But just do a task that isn't that. Any other task that isn't that, just go and do it. And if you can't find a reason to go and do it because I said so. But then next time, just remember, I'll just do a different task. And then once you do that other task, your brain will be like, oh, well, that task, I made a cup of tea. Well, maybe I could write 10 words of my project. Maybe I could read an article while I drink my cup of tea. And it becomes easier. Hey, that's so good, Nymph. Wow, I just made a cup of tea. Now I can circumnavigate the globe on my kayak. You're an achiever, Zippy. I'm proud of you. I think circumnavigating the globe in a kayak seems like a really bad idea. I would highly recommend you don't do that. Feels kind of dangerous, you know what I mean? You're making a list, you're checking it twice. You're gonna find out if you can do your project. That's the way. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's a coding project for work. I know what to do. I'm just thinking about ecosystems and progression and radicalism have a reactionary relationship. Wow. That's so sexy. I too love a list. Love a list. I'm big on lists. Guys, I also need to brag for a second, okay? I am coming third in footy tipping right now in my family's footy tips. And like my family are really into football and I've just been going on vibes. So, I don't know. I just feel like maybe I have a little special skill. No. It's like my wider family. So it's like my dad's sister and her husband and their 3 kids. and then us, and then the husbands and whatever, right? And I'm like coming third. And I don't know. I just feel like I'm really connected to the universe and I can guess who's going to win football based on vibes. And like, I'm not picking the people who win by odds. You know, I'm not just picking the favorites. I'm going purely based off vibes. I see Broadside. Now, Carlton is not doing very well this season so far, but I will pick Carlton every time because my dad is a Carlton supporter. And I don't, I'm not looking for that kind of friction in my life. This is AFL footy tipping. It's like where you just pick the winners or whatever. And yeah. It's not fantasy football. It's not fantasy football. It's not gambling. Well, we all gave $10 to my youngest cousin and he has the kitty. All right. So, all right, there is a chance, guys, that if I do really well, I win like $100. I could be your rich friend soon. Okay? Yeah. I could be your rich friend soon. I could be. Or for just $5 a month, I could be your rich friend today. That's right. Are you enjoying my content? Well, do I have an offer for you? I'm now into sports. I cover everything. That's right. I'm even paying attention to football. It's the news coverage you always wanted and needed in your life. Subscribe today. It's not gambling. It's like a family pot of money that I can win based on vibes. I am going to win based on vibes, SSCC.
This is a full-blown house deposit.
Gary!
So
Woo, sports.
Thank you for your
The
prime.
local sports team.
My gosh, 52 months later. Thank you. Look, it's a nice family activity. I haven't done it the last couple of years. I probably should have. Do you know what? In my calendar, I've got like a to-do notification that comes up every Tuesday for me to do my tips. So, I'm on to it. You're all making fun of me. That's not very nice. I'm just listening to you talk about what gave you happiness this week. Look, it's really just been today. Hey, Buddha. I'm alright. The Swanee wobbles. No, so that's not how it works, you guys. So basically you just pick your teams for the week. Yeah. It's not like I'm gambling on teams. Chat, you want to know the last time I gambled and won? Really? Actually, the last time I gambled and won was when the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Because I was like, Taylor Swift's boyfriend's gonna win. That was not this year, it was the year before though. I did win a little bit then. He did win, yeah. And do you know what's even funnier? I'd have to go find it, but I got by how much as well. So that day I was feeling very smart. But then before that, the last money I won was after Hillary Clinton lost the election. I put money on Donald Trump being impeached in his first term. And that got paid out. That was a real fuck you bet. So, anyway, I'm a little bit of a savant. A seer, some might say. I see things as they occur in the world. You can listen to me. I'm a calming presence, and I do know what's going to happen sometimes. Not all the time. I know, I'm a bit of a visionary. Kill me. I think World War III has already started. I don't know what World War III looks like, but I think World War III has started.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Smixel, hey Smixel love.
Mountain Eucalyptus, 43 months. Thank you so much. What do you get? A tuna. Could have a nice little sushi bowl, perhaps. Well, yeah, I mean, Nostradamus did say we're in for a bit of a ride until 2028. So I just sit here every day, gripping onto my desk like this and hoping for the best. Okay? Can we interrupt this uplifting convo for me to ask what Neopet is the best one to pick first? Well, everybody's got their own opinions on which is the best Neopet, right? I had a really cute grey Poogle that I loved deeply. But Poogles don't seem to be like the common choice. People love a Shoru, which is like the Charizard of Neopets, I would say. I also really enjoyed a Flotsam. And then my favorite pet at one stage, I had a whole gallery of them, were the Harrises. Then they looked like little teddy bears. That was so cute. I'll show you. Neopets Harris pet. he looked like this. Okay? And it's kind of like, I think I liked it because it looked like a little koala. But you could get lots of different ones. See, if you look here, I had them all. I had a little Harris gallery and they were expensive at the time. And I loved them and I was collecting them. I was a really normal and cool girl. Everybody said so. Especially my sisters.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Thanks me Poggies. I had the alienish dog and it was blue.
Blue, 31 months. That is not an option. I will just get the T-Rex. Oh, do you have to pick like a starter one?
This is a full-blown house deposit.
Aldraxic, 8 months. It's been a very long time. I was 14 when I picked my starter Neopet. So much has happened since then. Hello, McGoggles. What a username. Speaking of blue, is that dress blue? I like blue, but sometimes my colorblind eyes betray me. Scary. This is a blue dress. Chat, what do the colorblind people see? If not blue, what do you see? What do I look like? Blue and gold. And blue's made out of red and green. That's a bit of a scam. None of this is loading. Oh, yes, it is. Does that make it tricky to drive, Scary? Beggar, that does make you a freak. Full clunked. Ah, I see. It's like sepia toned, almost. Makes it hard to play Uno. The real problem, Snav. The difficulty playing Uno. Uno? Is it Uno or Uno? Night Scary. Uno. Twister's always challenging because you have to touch other people. Uno, dos, tres. It's alright, guys. My Spanish is getting really good since I sung that song last night. It's not good. It's very bad. I sung that new Selena Gomez song. I'm not very good at it though, so I don't want to do it in front of anybody who can actually speak Spanish. Whose horse is that? Well, in Australia, we call it you know. All right? I don't know if we do that. But don't you think it sounds more Australian when you call it you know? You want to play you know? I think we call it you know. I call it you know. I do. And I speak on behalf of Australia as the newly appointed authoritarian queen. You know. That should be illegal. Why is everyone so mean to me? All right? I was just putting out a little bit of misinformation. A little... It's not even a bad little bit of misinformation. It's just a good little... It's a little drip. It's a little misinfo drip. It's not like I'm sending out a text. A little psyop for fun. God forbid women have hobbies. That feeling when I lie online. I would never lie online. I've only ever told you guys the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And what I've learned is you can't handle the truth. Are there any other quotes about truth that I could really just roll into this? It's emu. Nav, emu. It's not emu. See? Emu. Like you know. Teresk! With the backup? Coming through for once? Delightful. See, chat? You know. Uno sounds wrong. It's like, where's the other sound? Uno. 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 You know sounds like a full game with a full name. It's, you know, it's rich. It's robust. You know? It depicts the intensity of the game. You know. Not... You want to play Uno? Y'all cram so many extra syllables into your words. No, we don't. Stop lying. Stop making fun of me on the internet. We call McDonald's Macca's because we like to shorten words because we're efficient, bitch. Sorry, that was so aggressive. And it sounds cool. Macca's. Where do you want to go? Macca's? Yeah. Cool. What do we need? Oh, I gotta go to Bottle-O. Cool. Let's go there. Better than Donald's. Better than Mickey D's. When we call it Mac, it's female, but if it's McDonald's, it's male. Okay, we call it Mac then. All right? That's my little micro-feminismism that I will be doing in Spanish. All right? McDonald's has to be female, so we call it Mac. Macca's seems kind of genderless, but like casual. All right? A casual, genderless Macca's, you know? Mac is that androgynous lesbian who's afraid of commitment. And everybody wants them. That's why they're afraid of commitment. Because they're so hot, they can get away with being afraid of commitment. Got a lot of issues, you know. Yeah, that's valid. All right, we shouldn't be giving business to corporations anyway. All right? You're only allowed to buy from mum and pop places. All right? Australian made. No, so forlorn in Australia, McDonald's isn't the lowest. In America, I get it. Very bad. Not good, right? In Australia, the quality of Macca's food is still bullshit, right? It's still bad food. But it shits all over the quality of American McDonald's. Like, it is not bottom of the barrel. I mean, it is, but it's not. I've called all my lesbian friends to help me move. I might even try and find a lesbian moving business, you know? Because you know they're going to do a good job. Because of all the U-hauling. But luckily, I don't know any lesbians in this chat who would ever have U-hauled into relationships. I don't know any. I've never seen a fast-moving lesbian in this chat. No, no. Not one. Speak for yourself. Just because you haven't seen them yet, Jatello, because you're new. Just because you haven't seen the fast-moving lesbians, you'd be surprised. Just dox me, why don't you? Yeah, I was thinking specifically about you, Blue. But it's fine, because, you know, it happened the way it happened, and then it was happening, and now it happened, you know? And that's how it goes. Lesbian Drive-By is a great username. That's a great username. Somebody should absolutely have that username. Wait, why are lesbians fast? I had to mute for a minute. Why are you asking me? Ask the out lesbians in the chat. They'll be able to tell you. There's actually significant lesbian drama going on in the online world right now.
Boy!
Tiny_Pusillus gifted a tier 1 sub to Salmon_Rise.
Tiny!
They have
Oh my
given
God,
1,091
Chat,
gift
it's
subs in
Joe!
the channel.
I love that I'm sitting here calling out lesbians and you're like...
Jotello10 gifted a tier 1 sub to Crack Pyrex.
The drama. Do you know, so Joe and I have been trying to have a phone call for like 2 weeks, but again, our hair washing schedules have not aligned. That being said, we keep a list of all the things we need to talk about when we finally have a phone call, right? And there's significant lesbian drama going on. And Joe was going to tell me about it, but obviously my phone was listening and I got the whole update. And she was manipulated into thinking it was her fault that they broke up, silly. It's so evil. It's like, it's kind of crazy, right? It's like, so this is the way the lesbian drama went, right? So these lesbians have a fight. They have a fight. And then one of the lesbians goes, I think you want to break up with me. And so the other lesbian goes, well, we should just break up then. And then that lesbian breaks up with the other lesbian because she's like, you said you wanted to break up with me, so now we're breaking up. And it's so manipulative. The whole thing. That is a very rudimentary explanation of what happened. But the whole thing was so manipulative. Anyway. Nom, thanks for gifting a sub to the lesbians. Jatello, also thank you for the gifted sub. Stop it. Yeah. So, anyway, crazy. I'm stopping myself from calling you. You're mid-crash out, okay? It's fine. We all sit here patiently waiting for our Australian Contras content. Okay? Literally gaslit into getting dumped, Nymph. Imagine. Like, Can't believe I've missed this. The lesbian drama.
Boy!
Non-binary gifted a tier 1 sub to Fletcher.
No, you can. I'm excited. It's okay. We need Joe to hyper focus on the content and then I get my good lesbian drama phone call, all right? And I just sit and I wait. I'm very patient. I'm not really needy. I'm not like a needy friend. I'm not. Her lesbian partner let her throw herself under the bus? Yeah, because about the baby. Was that the bit about the baby? Because that was crazy. And then she's like, I don't even know why I said that. It's so manipulative. Hi, Blong. Good news, lesbian fasting for Lent expires on April 20th. I'm so fucking lost. Okay, this is a really good point. This is very niche. No, because this cannot be the phone call. I refuse to have this phone call online, but you can. You can call my phone. It'll be fine. I can hold it up to the microphone. I know. I have a list. I have a notes app, Joe. This is so niche, though. How did we even get here? Oh, that's right. I was calling out Blue for being a U-Haul lesbian. And then you were like, it's big in love. Yeah, well, I'm not very good at explaining it. Okay, hold on. Hello.
Hi, this isn't our call.
Oh, wait, say again?
This is not our
No,
call.
this is not our call. This is a very specific lesbian drama for the chat call.
It's just I have watched this call with Becca Moore 4 times now, once privately, once with my sister. Well, I didn't watch it with my sister-in-law. I explained it to my sister-in-law. She had the appropriate reaction. Everyone else I've shown it to is not understanding the severity. And so I feel you do. And so that's why we need to talk about it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
For those who aren't aware, can I give the rundown?
Yes, give the rundown. Mm-hmm.
So there's this woman called Shannon Beveridge. She's often seen as like the original boss of lesbians online. She was big on Tumblr, big on YouTube, back when all that first started. So she's like the OG lesbian influencer. But she has a bad habit. One, she's a serial monogamist with an avoidant attachment style. 2, she loves to date people and be their first girlfriend. Okay, so her last relationship before the one we're about to talk about, absolute fucking mess. Disaster. Disgusting. Crazy. But whatever. She gets with Becca Moore, the For the Girls girl from TikTok, who's like, looking out a window, that's for the girls, sorry. And everyone's happy about it because we love Becca Moore. And, you know, Shannon, for all her faults, she's still Shannon. And we want a happy lesbian couple. It's what we want. And so we overlook it. And they seem so happy together. And they are happy together, okay? And then literally, this is so crazy. They went back to Becca's house for Thanksgiving and they uploaded videos, which were like homestays weekend, and they looked so happy. And we were all excited. And then 2 weeks later, Becca drops a podcast where they say, we've broken up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Everyone is in shock. Everyone is like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? And if you're like me, you immediately sit down and you're like, I need to watch this podcast. What the fuck? What has happened? This led to one of the biggest crash outs of my life, personally. I'm not even kidding. Because Becca offered up a reason which sounded really bad in the podcast. It actually was a much bigger reason. She talked about a lot of things, about like not being ready, not having enough relationship experience. And she said, I, in my head, couldn't wrap my head around having kids with you. Because one, I'm not there yet because there's a 7-year age gap between them, by the way. And as someone who was in a relationship with an older woman, this is a big thing that plays on your mind. Like, oh my God, am I going to be the one who stops them from having children? What if this doesn't work out and I wasted all of her time and then she can't have babies? Like, that is a very legitimate concern that people have. But anyway, the way she said it made it sound like lesbians can't have babies. That's not like really how I want to do things. I just want to have a traditional family where my baby has my DNA. That's how it sounded, even though that's not necessarily what she meant. Okay. The internet lost their mind. It was a biphobic hell on the internet for a month. It was like, I wrote on one of, babe, this is so embarrassing. I wrote a comment of support on one of Becca's Instagram posts.
Jinx, thanks for the raid. Sorry, you have just raided into very niche lesbian drama. For anybody interested, welcome.
Hey guys, we're doing niche lesbian drama. I had written on Becca Vore's post being like, you are valid, your love is valid, don't let all of these people criticizing you make you feel like your relationship wasn't real, it was real. And people were responding to my comment being like, stay the fuck away from lesbians.
Oh no!
So like the heat in the LGBTQ community following this breakup was real. The biphobia was out of control and people wanted Becca Moore dead. Like the hatred for this woman was out of control. Okay, and that's how it's been. That is how it has been. Okay, and anyway, yesterday, Becca drops a podcast, My Side of the Story. And naturally, I'm like, well,
this is the one that I have seen.
Yeah, yeah. And what you need to understand is, if Becca had come to me, if Becca had come to anyone in the queer community, are you watching Maths? By the way?
I am, yeah.
Because there's a good parallel. Okay. You know how when Tony couldn't break up with Morena and then he was like, I want to have kids at 50?
Yes, because he needed to find a reason.
Because a good reason that no one can be blamed for, that no one really hates, is like, you want kids or you don't like, of course. That's a blameless reason to end a relationship. That is true, except in queer communities, it's a pain point. Because of the amount of people who have settled into fake heterosexuality or like left relationships because they're like, ultimately, I can't see a future with you because I want kids. So it is a pain point. If Becca had come to me, I would say, oh, no, this isn't the same for this community. You can't use that reason. This is a bad idea. And Becca says in the podcast, she went to her gay male friends and they said, do not post this. One, it's not the real reason you're breaking up. Two, it's a very bad idea. But Shannon reassured her. Shannon and her lesbian manager never raised to her that this could be a reason. And when she said to Shannon, hey, my gay friend said this might be a problem, she said, it's touchy with some of them, but don't worry about it.
Under the bus.
So she didn't tell her management because she trusted Shannon so much. Okay. And then the crazy thing is, when she was getting all of this heat, Shannon and her were still dating. They dated for another month and Shannon never once spoke out in her defense.
That is the most lesbian thing about this entire story.
She never, do you know how hard it was? I made my mum watch this, okay? And it's so hard to explain to non-queer people, like, oh, they did break up, but they were dating for another 5 months. Like, unless you're queer, you don't, it's very, your lives are so entangled. It's very hard to get that clean break that I don't know how men and women do it, but I don't know. It's just like, I was like, Mum, just accept they were dating, okay? So they were still dating. Okay, this is, to me, this is disgusting. I want everyone to listen very clearly. She is at her Christmas dinner. Her uncle is like, Becca, why don't you want to have babies with Shannon? And so she's like, okay, this has gotten to the point where everyone is misunderstanding me. Like, that is not the reason we broke up. And then her family says to her, if that's not the reason you broke up and you're getting all this hate, why don't you ask Shannon to post something in your defense? So she asks Shannon, she says, hey, can you put up a TikTok or something just explaining that that's not why we broke up? I don't think this way and this wasn't the problem. And Shannon says, my manager said no. My manager said no. You pay your manager. Your manager works for you. Your manager doesn't get to say no. She just didn't want to do it. She didn't want any of the heat on her.
Yeah,
because then the real
because
reason
she's a narcissist.
Yeah, the real reason. And then, wait, it gets better. Did you watch the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that they continued to date for a month, and they were talking and fucking, excuse my language, and
You don't have to
sharing
excuse
their
your language.
lives. And then Shannon had to go on a cruise for work the day before she leaves to go on that cruise. They're like having sex, excuse my language. They are cuddling. They're talking about how much they love one another. Shannon gets on the cruise. They are texting mid-joke. Shannon stops replying. At first, Becca's like, oh, she's on a cruise ship. She shouldn't have reception.
Can you believe this, chat?
She continues not to reply, but then starts uploading Instagram stories.
That's
So she does have
evil.
reception.
That's so evil.
She doesn't talk to Becca for 22 days. No, okay, when we get on this cruise, we're going no contact. No, this is the last time. No explanation. Just goes from I love you and we're joking one moment to ghosting mid-conversation. So Becca has no idea what the fuck is going on. And then the cruise ship gets back, but Shannon's working in New York. This is kind of glossed over, but this is a big deal. Becca gets a ring notification from her doorbell that she's being broken into, that her house is being broken into. Shannon obviously has access to that because she sees on the Ring camera, because she's on the East Coast, so the time difference means that even though it's 3 a.m. for Becca, it's normal morning for Shannon. So Shannon sees someone going into Becca's house at 3 a.m. and calls her to say, you need to get out of the house. You are being robbed right now. So Becca wakes up to a phone call thinking, oh my God, finally an explanation. Where have you been? Love of my life. Like, finally you're going to explain why you've ignored me for almost a month. And her girlfriend is like, you're being robbed. You need to get out of your house now. And then on that phone call where Becca's like, I don't know, where can I stay? Can I go to your house? She's like, you are my ex-girlfriend. Okay. Thank you for making that clear.
It's such a switch, isn't it? It's just such a... It's like a
I want
switch
to
went
defend you.
off. That's so evil.
And the thing is as well, and then she's like, hey, can we have a conversation? She's like, no. Uber parcels all of her stuff back to her. No conversation. Haven't spoken since. Okay. Becca left her a letter, and some of the things that she said in that letter, Shannon then presented on her podcast tour as her own thoughts. So also intellectual property theft on top of everything else. And then it's just like, it was very triggering for me as well, because I was in a relationship where I was 7 years younger than my partner, and people do not understand. And I know you've been in a relationship with an older person before. The amount of manipulation that someone can do to you when they're just like, oh,
You just don't know it at the time either, because you have nothing to compare it to.
And they present it to you as like, oh, I really shouldn't be dating someone this young. So you spend your whole time trying to prove that you can be a grown-up.
Exactly.
And like, you don't understand actually like what a manipulation that is, because
Correct.
you're always trying to prove yourself. Like, I can be the kind of person that you want to date. And so everything you do is now suddenly unreasonable, and you just don't know. That's like not what happens in a real relationship. And like, that's not how things are done. So she's just being manipulated the whole way through to put up with Shannon's ass-white behavior, toxic narcissistic behavior. Shannon then let her throw herself under the bus, because even Shannon was saying like, it's like you want to break up with me. The number one way to tell that someone wants to break up with you is when they start saying, I think you want to break up with me. But you want to break up with me. Do it.
Imagine, because and then Becca just feels like it's her fault that they broke up and believed it.
She was convinced herself.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't understand. If you say you love, like, I was crying from the feeling that watching the hate Becca was getting was causing me to have. I cannot imagine being Becca, and I cannot imagine loving Becca and thinking, I don't want to do anything about that. I don't want to come to her defense while dating her. You're still dating her.
It's a switch. She just switched it off. Do you know what I mean? Once it was off, and then she didn't care anymore.
Some deep lore for those playing along. Her girlfriend before, Becky Missile, when Becky Missile was having issues with Fletcher, her girlfriend before that.
By the way, Becky's so hot.
Yeah. So when that was
this is Becky's so hot. I sing this song sometimes. This song.
When Becky was upset about Becky's so hot and Fletcher constantly, like Fletcher releasing Birthday Girl on their joint birthday, which was toxic, by the way. But when Becca was upset about that, right? Shannon made plenty of TikToks So she's willing to do it. She's willing. This idea that's like, oh, it'll make it worse. Well, you've done it before.
I feel like we need to look into the lesbian manager.
Oh, let's just be real about what a lesbian manager is for a second. Okay? A lesbian manager is a friend on your payroll.
Yeah, 100%.
That, if someone said that to me, oh, the way they'd be dead. The way they would be dead. No, they wouldn't, because I'm a pushover. But afterwards, the way they'd be dead. On reflection, the way they'd be dead.
And that's basically the story, chat.
And that's the story. So thank you for letting me.
It's okay. I knew you needed that.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was some real
Okay,
fucked up shit. Yeah.
And I'll call you about something serious shortly.
Yeah, please. Please do. Yeah,
right.
everybody clap, chat.
Good stream.
Good stream.
Okay.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, okay? So now you get it. I really was not going to go into that much detail for you guys because I really didn't think anybody would care. But you know what? I'm really glad that Joe came on and gave you all of the information because now you get it, right? Okay? And Joe's a very good storyteller. So she really, covered all the ground. I put you on the TV for this. Anyway, so everybody has drama. I really can't imagine just turning on somebody like that, though. I would never do that. It's happened to me once where somebody has switched up overnight and it was so jarring because it really does reframe every experience you've ever had with a person. You're like, okay, so wait, none of it was real. If you can just switch off overnight, were you faking the extent of your personality the whole time we knew each other? And the answer is probably yes. And that's the hardest thing because it changes the way you perceive however many years of existence you spent with a person or like even just being friends with a person. Because like I could fucking never. I know. Imagine your ex, you're like sitting there, miserable, waiting for your ex to call you to find out what's going on. And it's just like, hey, your house is being broken into. What? I've got really old friends who are going a bit Trumpy and it's just sigh. You have to be aware that a lot of people don't hold super stringent moral beliefs. And as it becomes safer to be a Trump supporter, there are going to be people that flip up on you. There are going to be people that become conservative because that is the way the cultural zeitgeist is going. And it's sad. Like, you have to be aware that is the thing that people will do, especially if it's like a safe thing to do. You'll see people become apolitical even. They won't even talk about their politics because it's too dangerous. And yet, side underneath, they'll be supporting Trump or just being conservative. It's really scary. Like, why are you still connected to my ring? I've had exes that switched off when we broke up and it calls the entire relationship into doubt. Yeah. I mean, it's different if there's like I can see how that happens, Scraticus, right? If, especially in those situations if somebody is being manipulative themselves or, you know, like abusing your generosity, for example. Oh, I know, but we've moved on. I'm not talking about that specifically. I know, there was no actual breakup. It was just the switch off. I was speaking more generally now. Trump in South America? Wait, I'm still at the restaurant, still sitting in the corner I haunt. What a banger. Do you know? See, this is for our private phone call, Joe, because I saw an edit of Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber having their last conversation before Justin ran off with his stalker, Hailey Bieber. And it was to that song, and there was like a whole theory about Taylor's Still at the Restaurant song being about Selena Gomez after that they were caught sitting just at this restaurant until close, and it was miserable. Anyway, but this is not stream content, okay? Also, okay, so Joe and I have like we have conflicting opinions about some things. This is how we can talk for so long. Anyway, Selena Gomez has bothered me at some points, right? There's some problems there. But Joe thinks Selena is a perpetual victim, which I have been able to see. But Joe, I don't know if you saw this, but in a recent interview, she acknowledges that everybody calls her a victim. And she's like, and I'm like, and I'm not a victim. And I'm not a victim. And she like, anyway. So I just have there's a lot of niche things that I need to talk about that are very specific to our illustrious pop culture referenced online conversations. I've changed my mind again. I'm on her side because album good, but she's still a victim. Stop. Oh my God. Stop. I literally discorded Joe the other day and I was like, Joe, we really need to talk because Selena's album is good and I need to talk about it. And Joe was like, I agree. It's actually good. Anyway, so this is all of the things. This is why I need Joe to finish her content so she comes out of her crash out. All right. And then all of you can all watch her content. And while you're watching her content, we can sit there on the phone and I can go through my notes app of information that I feel needs to be brought to Joe's attention. It's okay. 90s pop culture references will always be in style. Am I using Joe's content as a distraction? I could at the time. All right. It's all we had. It's all we had. Look, the 90s weren't all that bad. They were pretty bad. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Do you know, like, the 90s were pretty bad. They were pretty bad. But At least we weren't surrounded by fucking red pill content every day. You just don't, it's just so fucked up that heroin chic became a thing. Have you guys seen this new book by John Green? Right? Called Everything is Tuberculosis. And it's like how even a certain aesthetic of woman considered beautiful is like white people making tuberculosis sexy, which was then followed on by like heroin chic. It's that real pale, deathly looking shit that it's like, oh my God, you're so pale and beautiful and white and sunken eyes and red lip. Think from Nicole Kidman in Moulin Rouge to what's her name? I'm thinking, what was her name? God, my memory is so bad. 90s model, very skinny, starts with an A, probably. Can't find it in my brain. Kate Moss. Don't know why I said it started with an A. But you know what I mean. And it all ties, he's tied it all back to like white people making tuberculosis a sexy white people disease. And it wasn't until they realized that like black people could get tuberculosis that all of a sudden tuberculosis became a disease of the poor. Because guess what? It was all the white people living in cities where tuberculosis was going around. It was like this bacterial thing. And yeah, interesting. I haven't read the book. I just saw TikTok, so. I can't believe I ever wanted to look heroin chic, but I did. I wanted to look like a cross between Audrey Hepburn and heroin chic. And my live journal would indicate that. Like, I tried to log in, but it doesn't really exist anymore. But, like, some of the things I would write back in the day, so bad. It would be like, really proud of myself today. I only had a stock cube for lunch. Girl. Girl. So bad. So fucked up. I really have come a long way. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear how much better her coffee is today? Girl, I think that medicine might actually be working on you. Oh, I just feel so much joy. It's so much better, isn't it? Anyway. Oh, there we go again. I spoke too soon. Little baby steps, little baby steps. Was that a seal? No, it's my dog and a little cough. All right. Wait, I'm going to need a snack. If we're doing war rationing on the Italian home front during World War II, I'm going to need a snack too. What have I got? I've got leftover pasta. Hold. I can't watch this with no snack. I'll be sad. I'm just heating it up. Books. No, you haven't missed anything important, Danny. Really? Look, I can even use the uplink at bot again. We're off.
War II, the people on the home front of Italy suffered from food shortages pretty much from the very start of the war. Basically, no pasta, no coffee, and no meat.
Luckily, I have pasta.
To traditional recipes of the peasantry, dishes like Tuscan chestnut cake. So thank you to Bombas for sponsoring this video as we survive the Italian home front. This time on Tasting History. So I've done quite a few videos now about the various home fronts during World War II, and I gotta say, today's cookbook, I think, is my favorite of this series. It's from 1942 and was written by a woman who went by the pen name Petronilla. What I love most about this book is her style of writing. She writes it like you've just walked into a club of fashionable ladies and they're all talking about their different recipes and ways to take care of the house. It's fantastic. The recipe is a little long, but it's worth the read. It's for chestnut flour cake without sugar. What a sweet and lucky surprise to find in your pantry, still in its bag, some
Without
chestnut
sugar?
flour which you had completely forgotten about. An incredible thing indeed in these times. Well, such a surprising and lucky circumstance happened to me in these days, and since you must immediately take advantage of every piece of luck, I measured 200 grams of the sweet flour. I poured it in a small bowl. I added half a tablespoon of oil, a pinch of salt, and only the grated yellow part of a lemon zest. I mixed everything with as much milk as needed. I would have used water if I didn't have milk at home. I added a whole sachet of yeast. I mixed everything well again. I poured everything in an oiled cake pan. I put the pan in the oven, not too hot, and when I saw that the cake was swollen and baked, when I put it on the table in front of my family, insatiable gluttons, when the cake was celebrated. How lucky we were, Mom, since you forgot about the flour. The kids. Today's sweet cake is truly delicious.
Sweet?
The husband.
How
What
is
a
it
pity
sweet,
the
though?
cake is so small. The servant girl in her mind. It's lucky that I was able to find such a good remedy for my unforgivable forgetfulness. Me in my heart. And all the recipes are like that.
Oh
They
my
are just
God.
absolutely
So
charming.
sassy.
And her other books are written in a similar fashion, but they're on topics like cleaning because soap was being rationed, or actually making military uniforms, or mending socks, though she wouldn't have had to mend the socks if she had gotten them from today's sponsor, Bombas, because the socks from Bombas are really top-notch. They have built-in arch support and no annoying
What a
toe seam
segue.
that tends to make holes in socks. It's right there on the seam. Also, when this video comes out, I'm actually going to be in Italy, and you better know that on that long flight over, I will be wearing these compression socks that Bombas sent me because they make it so you don't swell as much. They make it so you're much more comfortable. And it's not just socks that Bombas makes. They have a bunch of things, including underwear and t-shirts. And those three items, underwear, t-shirts, and socks, are the most requested items at shelters. And when you buy something from Bombas, for every item purchased, they donate one of those items to shelters. So feel good and do good knowing that your purchase will do some real good. And right now, new customers get 20% off of their first order when they use my link in the description.
I have a still, this is going to seem really bad and you can disagree with me if you want, but I still have like quite a big ick with greenwashed capitalism. But I love that it's helping the homeless. But do you know what I mean? It's like it's the final frontier of capitalism. Charity and greenwashed shit. It's better than nothing, but it drives me a little bonkers.
Or just head to bombas.com/tastinghistory and use my code tastinghistory20 and you'll get 20% off of that first purchase. And now, back to our chestnut cake from World War II, for which you will need 2½ cups or 200 grams of sifted chestnut flour, 1½ teaspoons of olive oil,
I've never
a
had
pinch of
chestnut
salt,
flour.
the zest of 1 lemon, 1 cup or 235 milliliters of milk, and 2½ teaspoons or 7 grams of dried yeast. So castagnato, or chestnut flour cake, is originally from the Tuscany region, and it was typically made in autumn and winter after the chestnuts had fallen to the ground and been dried and then ground up into flour. And modern recipes often have sugar and eggs and other things to give it some flavor, including like raisins or pine nuts. But if you go back even further than today's recipe, it's even more sparse. It's basically just chestnut flour and water.
Wow.
So oddly enough, today's ration-friendly recipe is actually more ostentatious than some of the earlier ones. So the first thing to do is awaken your yeast by mixing it with a little bit of the milk, and then whisk the salt into the chestnut flour along with the lemon zest. Then add in that measly 1½ teaspoons of olive oil. It's actually quite a bit more than she uses in most of her recipes.
Wow.
And then once the yeast is active, add it to the flour as well, mix it in, and then add the rest of the milk and mix. I'm really curious how this yeast is going to work.
Kinda looks like
because chestnut flour
good
has
cake
no
mix.
gluten naturally, and so it doesn't have the stretch that will hold in the air that yeast makes, which is how most bread rises. And the recipe gives no time for the yeast to actually work. And I'm not really adding any time because she doesn't mention it, though I did end up adding about 20 minutes simply because took me that long to find a small cake pan. It's a very little amount of batter, so I used an 8-inch cake pan.
It
And
looks
once the
like a
batter is in the pan
delicious
and
caramel
smoothed out,
cake.
set it in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius, and bake for about 30 minutes, which gives us plenty of time to head back to Italy during World War II. For much of Europe, in fact for much of the world, World War II meant food shortages. But for Italy, the food shortages actually started quite a bit before the war. Because in 1935, 4 years before Germany invaded Poland, Italy invaded Ethiopia in an attempt to expand their territories in Africa. And almost immediately this led to food shortages in Italy, not because of the war directly, but because the League of Nations saw the war, rightly so, as an act of aggression and put a bunch of economic sanctions on Italy, making it so a lot of the food that was coming in was no longer coming in. Now, this immediately put a strain on the people of Italy, but it also pushed the prime minister and leader of the fascist party.
Leave. No. This guy has a husband.
Benito Mussolini into an alliance with another fascist leader, Adolf Hitler. Now, before this point, Mussolini, also known as Il Duce, actually opposed much of what Germany was doing, especially the annexation of Austria. But with the need of an ally, Mussolini agreed to the Rome-Berlin Axis in 1936 and the Pact of Steel in 1939, which bound the two countries in a full military alliance. So when Germany invaded Poland in September of 1939, it was only a matter of time, specifically June of 1940, that Italy would have to declare war on the Allies. But as I said, food shortages had been around for quite some time before the war actually started. As far back as 1935, cookbooks were being published that focused on food scarcity. They were filled with recipes for soups made from vegetable peels and instructions on how to make coffee from roasted grape seeds or chicory. Now, Italians, of course, love their coffee, but the fascisti actually put out propaganda to try to convince the Italian people that coffee was bad for them. Coffee is not necessary for our dynamic, active, and lively race, who need take no part in stimulants of this kind. The love of the foreign that once dominated the Italian table is finally about to be overturned. Not consuming coffee is Italian. Let's refuse foreign coffee and return to our own traditions, wine and fruit. Of course, wine was also rather difficult to get a hold of at the time, but we'll leave that be. The fascists also actually tried to talk Italians out of eating pasta around this time. It actually started a bit earlier. In 1932, Tommaso Marinetti, a friend of Mussolini's, wrote a book called La Cucina Futurista, or the Futurist Cookbook, which honestly deserves an episode all of its own. But in it, Marinetti calls out pasta, saying that eating it is an absurd Italian gastronomic religion. He said that it made people slow and pessimistic and led to fewer children because after eating a lot of pasta, women would feel bloated and hence not in the mood.
What?
Now, maybe he actually believed this, but it also just happened that they were having trouble producing enough wheat to make pasta in the country at the time, so...
Interesting coincidence.
Now, some years earlier, in 1925, Mussolini had launched what he called the Battle for Grain. This was an effort to free Italy from its dependence on foreign grain, something which had starved many Italians during the First World War. But while his battle for grain had increased production on the peninsula, it was far from enough to fulfill the needs of the country, especially when they were at war. And so in 1937, a bread was introduced that was only about 70% wheat and the rest was rice, corn, and other fillers. And this would eventually become known as pane unico, or the one type of bread. And this was the one type of bread that was allowed to be sold during the war, and everyone hated it. One man said that the bread functions as a laxative. You shouldn't eat it unless you want to lose weight. But just like with the coffee, the fascists did their best to convince the people of Italy that this dense brown bread was actually a good thing. Don't turn your nose up at bread that is a bit darker. Out of necessity of war, we now have to eat pane unico, which is not made entirely with wheat. It is not so bad and might even be good if the bakers would just leave it to rise a bit longer and cook it more thoroughly. There is no sense in complaining. On the contrary, it is unpatriotic. There is nothing to do but accept the state of things as they have been forced upon us against our will. And in 1940, the magazine La Donna Fascista, or The Fascist Woman, decided that this bread, pane unico, was good because it brings all the social classes closer together. The same type of flour, the same type of bread on all tables, from the most sumptuous to the most humble. Different.
Wait, isn't this what people say communism is? Interesting.
In form, perhaps, but identical for everyone in substance. This is another step forward in the social justice of fascism. But it tasted awful, and you couldn't even get enough of it because it was amongst the many rationed foods. Now, rationing officially began with coffee and sugar in early 1940, and then fats, rice, and pasta were added at the end of that year, and in 1941, bread, butter, and meat were added. Now, the rationing system was very poorly run and really should have started years before it actually did, because within a year, they realized they didn't even have enough to cover the rations that they had promised. Most people by 1942 were only receiving 150 grams of bread a day, 250 if you were an industrial worker, and then 100 grams of meat, not per day, but per week. And most of the meat that was around were offcuts or coagulated bricks of blood, which you can actually still buy at some markets, that would be sliced up and then kind of cooked as you would a steak, but a very oddly textured irony steak. Now, many of the meat recipes...
Blood steak? Anyone? Anybody after a little bit of blood steak? That's giving vampire. Wait, is that what the Italian... No, Italian vampires came a long time before that. Never mind.
From this time are actually for organ meat, like spleen, or else meat substitutes, often chestnuts. Seafood was one of the few things that, while not completely in supply, was at least more common than meat, and so a lot of dishes that typically had meat were replaced with seafood. But even as people in the country were starving, the party pretended like everything was just fine. In February of 1940, years after many people were already feeling the effects of food shortages, a politician declared that daily existence in Italy is normal. Under the vigilant and omnipresent watch of Il Duce, the nation's activities are exemplary. That was not correct. And Il Duce, aka Mussolini, decided that any...
How many times in the next little while do you feel like we'll be saying that was not correct? I feel like it might be a few.
Problems that were happening were not the fault of the government for not having prepared properly, but rather were the fault of the people for still depending on foreign imports for their food. And so he doubled down on his now failing battle for grain. In a speech in early 1940, he declared...
It is at this point I would like to bring up the clip I saw of Trump speaking to women, talking about how we have really good things coming for women, including the fertilization for females. And then he was like, it's all good. I'm going to be known as the fertilization president. And then he's like, I'm going with it. I've been called worse. You haven't seen this? Oh, yeah. He did really say this. We'll find the clip after this video. Yeah, I'll find the clip after this video. Yeah, nobody should be following, because it's not great. He's like, we got good plans for women. Fertilization.
Declared that in a war of a predominantly economic character, a bad harvest year may be equal to a lost battle. The battle for self-sufficiency in food will be continued with the relentless energy of which we have given proof in peace and in war for the purpose of giving both bread and good weapons to the Italian people. And just as other countries would do, Mussolini encouraged his people to plant orti di guerra, or war gardens, where people could grow their own vegetables, fruits, and even their own
Wow, it's victory gardens all over again.
grain. And this was mostly in the city. Of course, in the country, people had more space, so you would think that they would be faring better when it came to food. And in some ways they were, but in some they were not, because as the German troops came in bigger and bigger numbers into Italy, more and more food was taken and given to feed them. And a decent portion of the lands that were used to grow crops were converted to grow things like ricinus, used to make castor oil, which was used in the German airplane engines. And so it was only a matter of time before food riots began to break out. And they did break out in January of 1941, shortly after that first dramatic cut in rations. And it was the first time that you started to see a lot more public outcry against Mussolini and the fascists. There had, of course, been a resistance to them since the beginning when they came into power, but now it seems to have become more public. It's in letters from this period that people know are going to be read by the people that they're criticizing, and graffiti starts popping up around Rome saying things like, if you weren't ready for war, you shouldn't have entered it, and a reward for whoever can tell me the front where Il Duce's sons are fighting. It didn't help that most of the rationing rules that most people were having to follow were not being followed by the higher ups in the party.
Interesting.
Or those who were helping the German Wehrmacht. Those groups tended to get more rations than everyone else. Another example of this double standard had to do with hoarding. Now, hoarding was made to be illegal, and in 1940, in Milan, an accountant was found to have been hoarding a bunch of food in his house. He had actually stashed it in the walls, and it was a lot. It was like 100 and something kilograms of rice and just as much liters of olive oil, and then over 6 tons of coffee.
Not the coffee!
Now, he was arrested and put on trial, and his defense was that he remembered the difficulties of the First World War when people were starving and he didn't want his family to go through that. They must have really enjoyed coffee. Well, he was found guilty and sent to Il Confino, which was basically exile within Italy. This punishment was meted out to many people who broke these food laws, but not if you were a member of the party, a party official rather. Because there is a story of someone turning in some party officials who had been skimming grain and wheat off the top of the rations to basically make themselves more desserts. And when this was made known, they...
It's like how you can engage in sexual assault multiple times and then just be the president. You know what I mean?
didn't go to jail. The person who went to jail was the whistleblower who had turned him in. But even with the threat of imprisonment, people had to get food somehow, and so they started going to the black market, which was illegal. And the black market really began to thrive. It started with restaurants who could not get enough food to actually stay open, so they would go to the black market, but this led to really high restaurant prices, like 40 lira for a plate of pasta and 25 for a liter of wine. And since the average Italian worker earned about 200 lira a week, spending a fifth of that on a single plate of spaghetti meant that most people went pastaless. Though prices could really vary depending on where in Italy you were, because by now the flow of food to Germany had turned around and it was actually coming from Germany to help the Italian people, though most of that food was being stolen from places further east. But anyway, it was coming into Italy, usually via northern Italy, which was still under much heavier German and fascist control at the time than southern Italy, and so most of the food never really left northern Italy, so southern Italy was in a far worse state at this time. And that's likely why Mussolini had really lost any of the support that he had had in southern Italy. But Mussolini's days were numbered. On July 25, 1943, following the Allied landings on Sicily earlier that month, Benito Mussolini was voted out of power by his own Grand Council and arrested following a meeting with King Vittorio Emanuele. Now, this should have meant the end of Mussolini, but German troops came and freed Mussolini in something known as the Gran Sasso Raid in September of 1943.
I didn't know
and he
this.
was able to cling to power in German-occupied northern Italy. But officially, the Kingdom of Italy was now freed from the fascists, and they quickly surrendered to the Allies and joined them on their side, declaring war on Germany in October 1943. But that didn't mean that food all of a sudden became available to the people living in Italy. Quite the contrary, things only got worse, because by this time, much of central Italy had become a war zone, and the rationing system completely collapsed
hard to
in early
believe.
1944. This led to a bigger spike in the black market, so that by the end of that year, 70% of all food sold in Italy
That's
was
crazy.
via the black market. It was still illegal, of course, but it was so pervasive that the government really didn't have much recourse. It wasn't until after the war ended that food aid really began to flow into Italy in large amounts, and even then, it wasn't until 1951 that the average citizen was receiving the same amount of calories as they had been before the war. That said, as soon as the war ended, or actually as soon as Mussolini lost power,
a long time.
and they were able to get some of these foods that the fascists had shunned, those foods re-entered the Italian diet, namely pasta. Some years after the war, there was a book written by Alcide Cervi, and it was about his 7 sons who were part of the resistance to the fascists, and they were all executed on the same day. In the book, he recalls following the death of all of his sons, the importance of cooking pasta as part of the resistance to fascism. The boiling sounded like a symphony. I heard many conversations on the end of fascism, but the most beautiful speech was that of the pasta boiling. Alas, pasta did remain scarce in Italy for quite some time after the war, so for years after 1945, people
I literally just can't imagine. Imagine losing all of your sons like that.
were still making the recipes that we find in the cookbook that we're cooking from today. Recipes like this sugar-free chestnut cake. And here we are. Chestnut flour cake without sugar from the Italian home front.
I mean,
so my
it
first
doesn't look
thought
bad.
is that I don't know what the yeast did. It did puff up a little bit, but then it just deflated because with no gluten or anything, it just couldn't hold on to anything. It just kind of went whoop, whoop, and it left it with cracks. I was actually surprised that it did anything because it didn't have very long to work its magic. Also, this is some dense cake. That is dense. But it actually smells
I like
really
the
nice.
look of a
It
dense
smells of
cake, though.
Chestnuts. So let's see how it goes.
It's gonna taste like just bread, but satisfying. Dry.
That is dry. Okay. You have to have this with the liquid. It's really dry, but it also like turns gummy in your mouth, so that you need something to wash it down with.
Would
The
it be
flavor's
okay
not
with butter?
Bad. It actually you need that lemon zest. That's a big portion of the flavor, and the chestnut is nice, but it needs sugar. I'm sorry, it needs sugar. It's not bad. I wouldn't want it if I had the option to have sugar. They didn't have that option, so I get it. But if you're going to make a chestnut cake, which I think you should, make one with sugar. Don't make with this one. I mean, it's cool, but definitely do one with sugar with the pine nuts and other things in it.
I know. He's like, he's trying.
I think that it is probably actually a really lovely dish in its modern form. When I'm in Italy in a couple weeks, or when this video comes out, when I'm in Italy right now, I'm going to search for a chestnut cake because I do know that they still make them, so hopefully I can find a modern version. So that is another episode in the books for the World War II Homefront cooking series. I definitely have at least a couple more coming in the next few months, so keep watching, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Damn! He always does such a good job. I enjoy those videos so much. He did not like that at all, though. I didn't know that Mussolini was voted out of power and then got, like, bailed out by the Germans before that. I didn't know that's the way that went. I didn't know that. Her cough is so much better. That's crazy. Tell you what she's not good at, though. Digging. That was not good digging. It's not. A lot of Italian troops got rounded up by Germans too. It was pretty messy. I mean, that's not surprising, right? It's always really creepy, I think, watching those history videos because you do see so many parallels. And yet it's so different now because we just haven't had a time like this where there's so much information out there, but there's also so much misinformation out there. And there's, you know, there's worldwide propaganda that isn't just newspapers or, you know, messages that get relayed over time. They're instant. And we just, you know, it's a very unknown playing field for whatever's going to happen. And the reality is something's going to happen. I mean, I'm sure there are people on farms who probably only heard bits and pieces from neighbors, you know? Or the wireless. I mean, a really fucked up parallel is how the whistleblower was arrested for the grain skimming and recently that journalist being blamed for reporting on the stupid war chat debacle. The journalist didn't even report on that until after it happened. They should be fucking grateful. No, I don't think the normies knew the Holocaust was happening while it was happening, no. I don't think so. That's terrifying. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people only found out after once they went into Germany, right? and into Poland. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, there are people who would have seen people taken away on trains and been like, okay, well, they're off to camps. But I don't think anybody truly expected these people were just being killed in gas chambers. Thanks, Milky. Yeah, Mike Tygan, he did, and I think it's because he didn't want to put the safety of people at risk, you know? But like reading that chat, I read the messages in the chat, and reading it is disgusting. The idea that they were like so careful about Saudi oil, but were so even just like, yeah, we caught him walking into his girlfriend's house. Like, not even a second thought for civilians. Not a single second thought for civilians. But Saudi oil, we thought about that closely. Like, I think there are just people at the top who lose all sense of humanity. You know? And they really do tell themselves that they have to do it. They have no other choice. But like, there are so many other choices our politicians could be making that don't involve killing women and children, let alone men, you know? Like, it just takes one world leader to stand up and beg for diplomacy, but they won't fucking do it. Because they all just have to try and out-strongman one another. This is a full-blown house deposit. Clash. My goodness, thank you for the 73 months. How you doing? Welcome on in. I'm doing okay. I got to move house, which is a little stressful, but other than that, I'm okay. Honestly, the video of that woman being abducted off the street by those people was traumatizing for me to watch. Why do they have their faces covered?
Hi.
Mamira, hi. Thank you for your prime. Thank you for the 58 months. Yeah, that video was really traumatizing for me to watch. And wait, what woman? Oh, I see. See, this is the kind of news that it just feels, this is why there was a woman from Turkey abducted out of Boston. She was on a Fulbright scholarship. She protested for Palestine. And 6 people with face coverings came up on her and took her away to an ICE detention facility.
Bye!
Milky AFK gifted a tier 1 sub to Left Girl.
Milky, that's so nice of you.
Bye!
Milky AFK gifted a tier 1 sub to Welcome Back.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. That's so generous. Thank you. That was a sad time to come into stream. It is. And these like disappearings of seemingly random people off the street, like literally a woman from Turkey on a Fulbright scholarship. That's the scholarship my mother got, by the way, to study in America. Right? Like legitimately a scholarship, and these six people come up on her with a face covered, and they're like, we're the police. They're not. They're ICE, and nobody knows where she is. A Fulbright is a scholarship that is offered to people worldwide to go and study and collaborate with American universities. Did she do more than protest? No, and she has a green student card. But it's so crazy. They take her phone off her. They take her bag off her, and now she's in a Louisiana detention center when she was abducted in Boston. Like, that is evil. Moving people, like, you're not even detaining them. You're not even allowing them to go back to where they are. You're moving them. You're moving them from state to state. That's crazy. I mean, imagine I get treated like that because of my tattoos, which I've had for a while now, by the way. Whoever asked, I read the comment, but yeah, I've been tattooed for some time. Yeah, what due process? There is no due process. Oh, yes, okay.
We're ending the Marxist war on women, and you had a war on women, and we're protecting women's rights, defending women's dignity, and standing up for the American moms and daughters. So many are represented here, great people in this room. For 4 long years, we had an administration that tried to abolish the very concept of womanhood and replace it with radical gender ideology. Maybe you heard something about that. They destroyed women's spaces and even tried to replace the word mother with the term birther person. A mother became a birther person. What's that all about? Then you wonder why they lost. They're trying to figure out why did they lose. We're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today, fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it.
Mm. The fertilization. What do you think that means, chat? Just another day of feeling like you're being gaslit on the internet, right? Because there are people out there who listen to this and they're like, yep. That Marxist war on women. There are definitely parts of America that give Handmaid's Tale, Albatra. And you just kind of want to scream at people to just fucking stand up and do something about it. You know what I think is gender ideology? Gender ideology is when, because of whatever somebody has going on in their pants, you think they should act a certain way. That it is there is a certain set of rules that you have to follow. That's crazy. That's gender ideology if you want to go that way. Anyway. Oh God, Social Ant, I see you've come in here to have a little play. Hi, oui, bonjour. Conversations are important. If we don't communicate, what's the point? Yes, but unlike you, I have 319 other options for a riveting conversation. Do you know what I mean? Because what you've just done, right, is you've just rolled in to my little corner of the internet with a very clear point of view. I'll give you that. Where you're like, what do you think about the Palestinians protesting Hamas? Right? Now, I'm not saying that that isn't happening. Right? But what you don't understand is that there is so much context that I know that you don't know, that you will be unwilling to listen to me about. Because I don't think you've come in here even assuming I know anything about politics, right? I'm just a girl on the internet doing a little chit chat, you know? Israel is carpet bombing Gaza once again, having broken the ceasefire deal. That's the reality. Social Ant, Sweetie Pie, talk to me. Because I believe in freedom of speech, but I don't believe in freedom of consequence. You can say whatever you want, but people's reactions to what you say are also their own prerogative. And if some of the things that you say make you a social outcast, that is the way it goes. And you don't just get to come into my stream and derail it for some attention, which you must be so severely longing for, without any consequence. You want to go? What about my free speech? Really? You have free speech? Go free speech somewhere else. No, we need dialogue, fam. I don't need to have a dialogue with you, Social Ant 3. I actually don't. Crazy, hey. Oh, you know this person, Ari? Okay, stay in your bubble. This is why Trump won. It's not. Have you ever watched my content before? There are so many reasons Trump won. And it's not because I didn't have a conversation with an anonymous shitster on the internet. See, even by the comments that you're making in my chat, I know exactly what pipeline you're in. Like, you come in and you're like, the Palestinians are protesting Hamas and is burning Tesla's right. These are fringe issues. They mean nothing. Give me your politics, Social Ant. If you want a fucking dialogue, give me your politics. What do you believe in? Tell me. Go on. I will give you one little dialogue. You tell me your politics, and I'll tell you whether I agree or disagree with them. I want specific politics. Tell me what you believe in. Hey, Dreadfella. Afro, you just sound crazy. Freedom of speech, dialogue, coming to some sort of understanding how politics have ruined nations by destroying peaceful conversations. That's dumb. You believe in nothing. That's not politics. Cool. You want to talk? You do not. What is the. You don't. What do you believe in? Do you believe in equality? What do you believe in? You haven't said anything you believe in. I believe in Jesus Christ. Okay. And what tenets of what Jesus Christ taught do you really resonate with specifically? Like, give me a part of the Bible that really gets you going. Hey, charming Matthew. No, your stream didn't freeze. Ant's just busy Googling a passage from the Bible that he definitely hasn't read. Jesus died for our sins. He loved all and everyone on this earth for us to be saved, be it male, female, gay, straight. He is the truth, the light, and the way. Okay, if you truly believe that, right, you're not showing a lot of love for everyone on this earth. Do you think Trump shows love for everybody on this earth? Because I just showed you a clip of him talking about fucking fertilizing women. Do you think those are words of love? Because I would say probably not. I don't think Trump is a man of God. He is on to wife number 4. Chat, we've reached the point where I am being attacking. Oh, I'm such an aggressive woman. Oh no. Whatever shall you do? There is not a single part of this conversation in which I have attacked you. I have asked you questions. I haven't made fun of you. I've asked you questions. You don't have very good answers because you haven't thought about your politics beyond Jesus and free speech. Which actually means nothing. You have been free in my chat to talk about Jesus with your free speech, but that's it. So you don't want free speech. Not for you, I don't. Oh my God. It's in circles. This man just wants my attention. I'm done. This was a delightful derail. I had a really good dialogue with you. Do you know what I mean? I had a really good dialogue. I feel a little dialogued out though. You know, I'm a little out dialogued. How do you do it? I just try and be funny to try and scam people into giving me $5 on the internet. Tell me it's working. I need to move house. Well.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Adrian, coming in clutch to land my joke. Thank you so much for the 63 months. Oh, and Midnight with 500 bits. Stop it. My ego. Too big. Enjoy your soda can, Adrian. Thank you. Oh, and again...
Tously noted bot gifted a tier 1
I'm
sub
moving
to
into
Drove
a
the
big
Destroyer.
house. That's right. This is my Hassan's house hype train. That's right. It's going to be a big one. I'm going to move into a big giant house that I can definitely afford.
Thanks to it messed up and me for my sub gift.
Ari, 63 months. Why are you buying a house for Hassan? I'm not buying a house. I'm just looking for somewhere to rent that has a dishwasher. Anyway, subscribe today. Big goals. I have big goals. So big. Midnight Time. Thank you so much for the 500 bits so as well. And totally not a bot for the gifted sub. I'm very grateful. Ain't no scamming needed for me. Singing is all my heart requires. We are doing singing after I stop being sassy. Anyway, definition is spelled D-E-F-I-N-I-T-A-O-N. I just want to put that out there for the record.
Night
Just
out
for the
to
record.
Brett's Mixel Social.
Neuromancer, 5 months for me. Stop it. Thank you. I'm very grateful. So we're never singing then? What do you mean? I just need a moment of being sassy. I'm just going to be sassy for the extent of the hype train and then I'll sing. Chat, am I going to try?
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Stroganoff with salt. They have given 1,640 gift subs in the channel.
Social Ant, who are you?
Towesley Noted Bot gifted a tier 1 sub to Afro Altruism. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Stop
This is
it.
a full-blown house deposit. So
Oh my. Oh my, I'm gonna move into a big old house and I'm gonna live there. In my big old house. I am. It's gonna be so nice. I'm so excited. Dude Menu, thank you for the 39 months. I'm very grateful. Oh, totally not a bot. Thank you for gifting Afro. That's very based of you as well. I don't need to explain anything to you, Social Ant. You have to tell me about you. I'm right here, right? I'm here. You have to explain to me what you believe, and then I can work with you to have a conversation. No, I want to hear your view, and I will respond. As this is my corner of the internet, and I'm busy making money, okay? I have to try and be cute and funny, all right? Get this hype train going. It's really hard, you know? Sometimes I have to be very authoritarian about it. Not that I ever would, but sometimes. ABR coming in with the fascism definition for you, though.
Gryatium gifted a tier 1 sub to Dollar Bills. They have given 134 gift subs in the channel.
I'm going to use that to buy a nice jug for whatever lemonade I'm going to make to have on the porch of my big house that I'm about to rent. Oh, I'm manifesting. It's going to be so nice. It's going to have a bath and it's going to have a washing machine. Oh, it's going to be so nice. It might even have a garage. That'd be nice, you know, if I had a garage. Doge finding government overspending and cutting wasteful spending is a great thing. Would rather pay more tax for wasteful spending. Would you rather pay more tax for wasteful spending? So you believe that cutting the Department of Education in America is a good thing. You believe in private education? Where'd you go to school? Was it public school? Guess where a lot of funding for public schools came from. Social Ant, did you go to school?
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody
Stop!
it's a cult when they first
For
come in
me?
and scare them off. It's a community.
5
guys.
gifted subs?
Keep it.
For me? Oh my god, it makes me want to go out and learn to be trans. Off to school I go. Did you go to school? Did you come out trans? Whoop, there it is. I got bingo. VT, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. This is not a dialogue, 6-foot ant. You're so deep in a cult that nothing I say you actually want to talk about. because fundamentally you wouldn't see a trans person as a person. I do. Because I understand that gender is so much more complex than penis or vagina. You absolutely are, right? The idea that you think that abolishing the Federal Department of Education in America could possibly be good because it's going to lower your taxes is crazy when you can't even spell definitely. Uh-huh. And are you going to set up the education system? Because from every comment I've seen from you, you are fully indoctrinated into an ideology. I'm not saying there isn't issues with the American education system. There is. It has been chronically underfunded. And guess what? You've just gone and underfunded it even more. Just like any institution, there are issues with the way that we teach, even in Australia. See, it's really interesting, right? Because both my parents are teachers. So education is something I know a little bit about just through conversing with my parents. And even like Australian educational curriculum finds it quite difficult to keep up with like the ever-changing nature of like how to teach things and what to teach things and what processes you should take to teach math, to teach English, to teach history, what you're teaching about history, right? Because, you know, there's a time when I was in prep, I was taught about how Australia was formed in 1901. Right? These days, my nieces at school, they're being taught deeply about Indigenous history, colonization, the way it goes. And it's amazing. And my nieces have friends from across a multicultural spectrum. Like one of my little nieces, their mums do like lunch swaps. So sometimes my little niece will get this lovely like South Asian delicious lunch made by this other girl's mother, and they share them. And that's fucking beautiful. And I grew up in a town where I didn't see another person that wasn't white for a very long time. Change is a good thing, and it is inevitable. Ah, Social Ant was this guy. Yeah, ban. I gave that person too much of my time. Yeah, they deserve to be banned. It's fine. They're just baiting. You know, it's really hard to decide who to be patient with and who not to be patient with. Because sometimes, like, you know, you truly think that people actually want a dialogue, but they don't. What do you think, chat? You want some songs?
I disagree with you pigs. I've positioned all of my Homo Sleeper agents outside these chatters' houses with my Catboy launcher and my Gake 47 ready to lock on and trans everyone on site. I have my testosterone dart gun in my side pocket. Goddess later.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Not your testosterone gun. Testosterone dart gun. Perfect. I always do it with end like this with the testosterone dart gun. I'm literally reading a sci-fi book at the moment where specifically it is about like transhumanism and about how people like go and they like can fully trans their bodies. It's just, I don't know why we're clinging to such stringent ideals of what it is to have a body. Like breast implants, nobody has a problem with that. Do they? Like there's so much gender affirming care that people don't have a problem with. It's just when people feel like it's personally attacking them. Anyway, if you're new here, I sing now. If you don't like it, you can leave. Or if you do like it, you can give me $10 and request a song. Hey, Ram Ranch Survivor. How do I get through one night without you? If I had to live without you, what kind of life would that be? And I need you in my arms, need you to hold. You're my world, my heart, my soul. If you ever leave, baby, you would take away everything good in my life. And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know, how do I breathe without you? If you ever go, how do I ever survive? How do I live without you? There would be no sun in my sky. There'd be no love in my life. There'd be no world left for me. And oh baby, I don't know what I would do. I'd be lost if I lost you. If you ever leave, baby, you would take away everything real in my life. And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know, how do I breathe without you? If you ever go, how do I ever survive? How do I, oh, how do I live? Also, Hammer Poggies, welcome on in. If you ever leave, baby, you would take away everything. I need you with me. Baby, don't you know that you're everything good in my life? And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know, how do I breathe without you? If you ever go, how do I ever survive? How do I, oh, how do I live? How do I live without you? How do I live? Yeah, I just used my free speech to sing a song. Take that, chat. Yeah, you take that free speech. Cappy, I would love to sing Immortality by Celine Dion. Louis, do you want Goddess before or after? Since I assume you're the only one in here with, you know, your testosterone dart gun. Daniel, you'd have to ask Tiny.
Hallelujah.
Oh, I would love to sing Hallelujah. Sing it when you feel like it. Okay. Well, we'll do a bit of a warm-up because it's harder. I'll do Immortality. I love this song. We'll save the more opera-based for a second. Let me just check this track. I don't think I've used this one before. Oh, it's okay. So this is who I am, and this is all I know, and I must choose to live for all that I can give, the spark that makes the power grow. And I will stand for my dream if I can, symbol of my faith and who I am. You are my only, and I must follow on the road that lies ahead, and I won't let my heart control my head, but you are my only, and we don't say goodbye, we don't say goodbye, and I know what I've got to be. Immortality, I make my journey through eternity. I keep the memory of you and me inside. Fulfill your destiny is there within the child. King of Hearts, the Joker's a wild. We don't say goodbye. We don't say goodbye. I'll make them all remember me. 'Cause I have found a dream that must come true. Every ounce of me must see it through. But you are my only. I'm sorry I don't have a role for love to play. Hand over my heart, I'll find my way. I will make them give it to me. Immortality. There is a vision and a fire in me. I keep the memory of you and me inside. We don't say goodbye. We don't say goodbye. With all my love for you and what else we may do. We don't say goodbye. Kathy, thank you for the request. I feel like it's been absolutely ages since I've sung that one. Thank you. That was cool. Because I forgot it existed, and I'd love when I get reminded about
Like,
songs.
I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
Dua Lipa, Love Again.
Oh, my new house. I might even get a house with a bath. Do you know that's my dream? To get a house with a bath so I can put bath bombs in there. That's like, that specifically, that's like 10 bath bombs in my new house with a bath. I may not have a dishwasher, but imagine if I got a bath. My pockets, that's very nice of you. Thank you for the $100 live learn. I would love to do that. Firstly, though, I will do Goddess for Louis so he doesn't miss out. You can wash the dishes in the bath. I know. Chat, would you prefer a dishwasher or a bath? I feel like I know the answer. But would you prefer a dishwasher or a bath? Because the options are I'm not getting both. I am feeling better today because I've made the choice to feel better. I had a migraine this morning, but my dog's cough's pretty good. I had a bowl of pasta. I had an orange today. I love oranges. Like I do. I love oranges. And I get to move house. Do you know what I mean? Sad, true, but I get to move house. Have I found anywhere? Could I be homeless soon? Potentially. But I am going to find somewhere and it's going to be fine. You know? I'm in a good mood. It's going to be okay. You're rich in friendship and that's what counts. Look, I'm very privileged. I don't take it for granted. My problems are so minuscule. Sometimes I let them get the better of me and I have mental breakdowns, right? But it's okay. You know? Everybody does. It always goes like this. Could have predicted it. I'm so naive to think you loved me for me. Kissed as I ran off stage. Too old to play this game. Guess you're still growing up at 30. Were you surprised by me when you took me home? When the glamour wore off, reduced to skin and bone, I can't even tell who you want to know. I'm a goddess on stage, human when we're alone. You took a star to bed, woke up with me instead. You must have felt so damn deceived when you made up a version of me that you thought you'd love. But I am not your Were you surprised by me when you took me home? When the glamour wore off, reduced to skin and bone, I can't even tell who you want to know. I'm a goddess on stage, human when we're alone. You took me for a fool. You stole my youth. You wanted this so much. You watched me rise, then killed my light, and now you know I'm not your fucking goddess. No, I'm no goddess when I'm alone. Thanks, Louie. Now we've got a goodie bag for all.
This is a full-blown
a
house
favorite,
deposit,
Vivid.
So
Smixel, hey, Smixel
Yo!
Social.
Vivid, thank you so much for the 8 months. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. You didn't know I sang Gutshroom? What content of mine did you find? And is this a pleasant surprise or traumatizing? Now I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but You don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. Baffled king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to her kitchen chair, she broke your throat and cut your hair, and from your lips she drew that hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room and I've walked that floor. I used to live alone before I knew you, and I've seen your flag on the marble arch. And love is not a victory march, it's a cold and broken hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I did my best, it wasn't much I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I stand before the Lord a song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Thank you so much for the request. All right. We have a live learn now, which is Love Again by Dua Lipa. So I just got to mute you for a second while I listen to it. No, you guys get some sleep. You guys get some sleep. You're very welcome, Warlock. All right. You love this song? Do I know it? Have I heard it? I don't know. I need my heartbeat so loud. I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. But God damn, got me in love again. That I was made out of stone. I used to spend so many nights on my own. I never knew I had it in me to dance anymore. But goddamn, got me in love again. Right there, baby. Touch me. I know I'm not crazy. Ever met somebody like you? Used to be afraid of what I might do. But goddamn, you got me in love again. It's a bit of a banger. So low. Many nights my tears fell harder than rain. Scared I would take my broken heart to the grave. I'd rather die than have to live in a storm like before. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me. Okay. Let's give it a go. Only when I'm singing, generally, is when I wear headphones. And these headphones are very old. I've got this set here that I love, but they're too heavy for singing. I never thought that I would find a way out. I never thought I'd hear my heart beat so loud. I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. I used to think that I was made out of stone. I used to spend so many nights on my own. I never knew I had it in me to dance anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me that heaven's right here, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never have I ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of loving what it might do. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. Again. So many nights my tears fell harder than rain. Scared I would take my broken heart to the grave. I'd rather die than have to live in a storm like before. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me that heaven's right here, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never have I ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of loving what it might do. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Got me in love again. You got me in love again. Again. I can't believe I finally found someone. I'll sink my teeth in disbelief, 'cause you're the one I want. I can't believe I'm not afraid anymore. Goddamn, I would find a way out. I never thought I'd hear my heart beat so loud. I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. Goddamn, you got me in love again. Where is the sample from? Can't believe I finally found someone. I'll sink my teeth in disbelief, cause you're the one that I want. I can't believe there's something left inside my chest anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Goddamn, you got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again and again and again and again and again. It gives Bond. It gives Bond villain. Like it sounds like it's got a James Bond motif to it. You want How Do I Live Again? I would love to sing How Do I Live Again. I'll sing it to a different track. You can have the real version.
Heaven is a place on earth.
Absolutely. I'll sing it differently this time. Thank you for the request. How do I get through a night without you? If I had to live without you, what kind of life would that be? And I need you in my arms, need you to hold. You're my world, my heart, my soul. If you ever leave, baby, it would take away everything good in my life. And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know, how do I breathe without you? If you ever go, how do I ever survive? How do I live without you? There would be no sun in my sky. There'd be no love in my life. There'd be no world left for me. And baby, I don't know what I would do. I'd be lost if I lost you. If you ever leave, baby, you would take away everything real in my life. And tell me now, how do I live without you? I want to know, how do I breathe without you? If you ever go, how do I ever survive? How do I live? Hi 3D Print World, welcome on in. Anybody else who has just joined us, hello. If you ever leave, I deserve extra credit for singing that in 2 keys tonight. Pretty well. Anon, thanks for the request. Oh, hell
Toxic
yeah.
till the end.
Let's see if I remember it, Arglight. First we got Heaven is a Place on Earth. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. When the night falls down, I wait for you and you come around, and the world's alive with the sound of keys on the street outside. When you walk into the room, you pull me close and we start to move, and we're spinning with the stars above, and you lift me up in a wave of love. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven and love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. I don't know the verses. When I walk and feel alone, I reach for you and you bring me home. When I'm lost at sea, I hear a voice and it carries me. In this world we're just beginning to understand the miracle of living. Baby, I was afraid before, but I'm not afraid anymore. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. In this world we're just beginning to understand the miracle of living. Baby, I was afraid before, but I'm not afraid anymore. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is 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 a place on earth. A place on earth. Thanks for poggies. Off to work. I hope you have a very good day.
Come what may,
Ooh, I
we are
like
rogue.
it. I like it. Now, Arclight, do I remember this? Because I have no idea how it goes right now in my head. Will it ping? Will it not ping? We find out. Did I say from the start? Can't pretend I was in the dark. Jealous and possessive. Okay, I got this. Call us what we are, toxic from the start. Can't pretend that I was in the dark. When you met my friends, didn't even try with them. I should've known right then that you were jealous and possessive. So manipulating, honestly impressive. You had me participating. Back then when I was running out of your place, I said I never wanna see your face. I meant I couldn't wait to see it again. We were toxic till the end, cause even when I said it was over, you hurt. Baby, can you pull me in closer? You were plotting how to stay in my head. We were toxic till the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the X. His favorite game is chess, who would ever guess? Playing with the pieces in my chest. Now he's on the screen and saying don't leave. You stole that line from me. Jealous and possessive, so manipulating, honestly impressive. You had me participating. Back then when I was running out of your place, I said I never wanna see your face. I meant I couldn't wait to see it again. We were toxic till the end, cause even when I said it was over, you hurt. Baby, can you pull me in closer? You were plotting how to stay in my head. You were toxic till the end. I can forgive you for a lot of things, but not giving me back my Tiffany rings. I'll never forgive you for that one thing, my dear. You wasted my prettiest years. Back then when I was running out of your place, I said I never want to see your face. I meant we were toxic till the end, cause even when I said it was over, you hurt. Baby, pull me in closer. You were plotting how to stay in my head. We were toxic till the end. You know what? I remembered that whole fucking song. I remembered that whole fucking song. Are you proud of me, chat? I've only sung that song twice, and it was like not even that long ago. And I remember that whole, I haven't listened to it. I remember that whole song. I did. It's very hard to sing though.
This is a full-blown
Hey!
closet, so
I am not toxic and not ice mix, so what?
No, you're not. Nevax, 37 months later, you're fine. You gave me a prime. You can't be toxic if you give your prime here. It's against the rules. I have the hiccups. I literally have the hiccups. I need them to go away. Let's hope singing this will make them go away. That was by Rose Gutshroom.
Never knew I could feel like this, like I've never seen the sky before. I want to vanish
Tuberculosis core chat.
My heart, can you hear it sing? Telling me to give you everything. Seasons may change, winter to spring, but I love you until the end of time. Come what may, come what may, I will love you.
I'm playing the violin, in case that wasn't obvious. Suddenly the world seems such a perfect place. Suddenly it moves with such a perfect grace. Suddenly my life falls into such a way. It all revolves around you. And there's no mountain too high, no river too wide. Sing out this song and I'll be there by your side. Storm clouds may gather and stars may collide,
But I love you
I love you until the end of time. Come what may, come what may, I will love you until my dying day. Oh, come what may, come what may, I Suddenly the world seems such a perfect place. Come what may, come what may, I will love you until my dying day. 16 out of 16. I'll take it. Thank you so much for the request, Zerking. And Nevax, 37 months of not being problematic or toxic. You're fine. Hey, JFME. How you doing? Thanks, I put a lot of thought into it. Aw, thanks, Tiny. Good sell, Tasty. I thought I saw a man brought to life. He was warm, he came around like he was dignified. He showed me what it was to cry. Well, you couldn't be that man I adore. You don't seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. But I don't know him anymore. There's nothing where he used to lie. My conversation has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's fine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. So I guess the fortune teller's right. I should have seen just what was there and not some holy light. But you crawl beneath my veins and now I don't care. I had no luck, I don't miss it all that much. There's just so many things that I can't touch, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. Torn. There's nothing where you used to lie. My inspiration has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I'm ashamed, bound and broken on the floor. You're a little late, I'm already torn. Torn. Guess mine is not the first heartbroken. not the first to cry. I'm not the first to know. There's just no getting over you. You know, I'm just a fool who's willing to sit around and wait for you. But baby, can't you see? There's nothing else for me to do. I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide since you pushed my love aside. I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. My head is saying, fool, forget him. My heart is saying, don't let go. Hold on till the end. That's what I intend to do. I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide since you pushed my love aside. I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you.
Lol, Evan, hard carrying chat right now. Is that because I've sung too many songs in a row? It probably is. Thank you for the roses, though. I'm very grateful. There's a chat, not right now. I'm alone. I'm alone. Well, some nights people leave when I sing, though. Not alone, you just sung everyone to sleep. Also, American politics starts now. American morning politics starts now, so a lot of people swap over to American politics. Oh, you have work? Feral. Chat, I can't remember. Am I streaming tomorrow? What was the plan I had? Did I have a plan? I had a schedule, right? Oh, I said yes for tomorrow too. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. It is Friday tomorrow. It says yes. So I'll be here. But I might do a day stream. Perhaps. Imagine lying. I'm a liar. I might do a day stream tomorrow. Wednesday and Saturday were the new days off you proudly declared the other day. Yeah, but we all know I'm a mess. Okay? And it's mostly because a lot of house inspections are on Wednesdays and Saturdays. But I've got a week coming up where I have to take a Tuesday, Wednesday off because my sister asked me to look after her kids. And as an auntie with exactly no life of her own, I said I would do it. 2 kids, 6 hours for free, because I'm a good sister. Tell her that's fine, but you want part of the house. You will survive. I know I will. I love my niece and nephew. I love them. They're rat bags, but I do love them. But that's not next week. It's the week after. Next week, I'm taking Friday, Saturday. At this stage. Oh, wait, you need to find a home? I do need to find a home. You don't understand. I wake up in the morning and I look for homes. Then I eat something and I get back on my phone and I look for homes. And then I take my dog for a walk and I try not to look for homes while I'm walking. But then I get back and I look for homes. And then I might go to an inspection or 2. And then I get ready for work. And then I work. And now I will stop work. And then I will look for homes. But, you know what? This is a period of transiting time. Nothing promising today. Today was such a bust. It was such a bust. I'm a post up I'll show you the floor plan, Louis. You'll be like, what the fuck? But basically, the floor plan, the entryway goes like this. You walk in the door, then you do a hard right, and then you do a hard right. Like, I couldn't get my furniture in. It's stupid. I know. I'm in a period of transition, all right? I'm in a period of transition. I look around me, though, and I'm like, holy fuck, I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff, and it's making me nervous. But also, I just wish somebody would do it for me. Can I make a suggestion? Yeah, like packing a box a day over the next little while. Yeah, because my dad made that suggestion today. What am I gonna eat? Baby, I'm almost finished. Get your cough out. Good girl. It's so much better. What is there to eat? I have gluten-free bagels. I have eggs. I have tuna and rice. And an orange or a banana. I might have a yogurt in the fridge. Maybe I'll have a yogurt. Or I could make porridge. I'm not going to live in a storage locker. I know I have eggs. We solved the largest sofa we can move around a corner problem in February. Interesting. It just seemed like a mission. Just didn't seem like, yeah. Wait, is this dinner? Technically. But I'm not very hungry. So it'll probably be a snacky dinner. It'll be like girl dinner. Maybe a yogurt and another orange. I love oranges. I also have a grapefruit. Are we done with songs? Yeah, we're done with songs. I think. Nobody else wanted to request, and then I was singing and chat was dead, so. I always feel like when I'm singing and chat's dead that people are done with songs. I heard hot chocolate and sushi is in right now. Do you know what I fucking want? Cake. But I might go get cake tomorrow. I'm never done with songs. Lemo. They're all out looking for housing. Mood. Yes, well, Evan, it was simply you carrying the chat, though. Mimira, it's just not good enough. Chicken and leek pie? That sounds delicious. You're evil. I know. Honestly, you guys aren't allowed to change as you exist in my life. That's unfair. Okay, I have to move houses right now. I need some semblance of stability. You guys have to pull your weight right now, because I'm not the stable one. You guys have to be the stable ones, okay? No, you have to be stable in your instability, Louis. I can't accept that amount of change in a shorter period of time. Twitch chat is providing stability. Look, it's not where I'd choose to place my want for stability, you know? I probably should look for a healthier form of stability that isn't Twitch chat. Probably. But, you know, I'm here. I'm going to do a day stream tomorrow, you guys. Just so it feels like my Saturday day off is longer, and also I have house inspections early in the morning and stuff. So I'm going to go to sleep now, and I'm going to force myself out of bed in the morning to get stuff done. And then I'll be here in the early afternoon probably. Is my plan. But do you know what I might have tomorrow that I haven't had all week? Coffee. Might have a coffee. I haven't had one of those all week. And cake. I might have a coffee and a cake, perhaps. But like tomorrow morning, I'm going to have a coffee. It's going to make me feel alive. And life's going to be worth living. Life is worth living. Oh. Life is worth living. Thank God. Yes, Pixel, I'm finished. She's looking at me at the door. Look. I love you. I'm almost done. Come here. You want some scratchies? Yes, I'm almost finished. I'm just saying goodbye to everyone. I love you so much. I know, Gerodimus. I'm such a hedonist, liberal bitch. Subscribe today. I know, I'm coming. Hold on. Chat, I'm going to raid you into Jack Hutto, who's playing old school RuneScape. He's a cool dude. Go hang out there. Okay, I'm going to go to bed now. I'm going to go cuddle my dog and not think about the fact that I have to move. I'm doing really well. Can you pat me on the back for being so positive today? You know, sometimes you can choose your mood, and today I chose mine, which makes me better than you. Okay? So you should aspire to be like me and choose your positive mood. Because if I can do it, anyone can. because I'm useless. So if I can do it, you can do it. If I can learn to do it, you can learn to do it. There's nothing to it. Tell yourself it's easy, and it's true. You can learn to do it too. Anyway, that's a very niche reference for like 5 people in this chat that I don't even know if they're here. But I will see you during the day tomorrow, all right, as I endeavor to and find a... Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much for giving me this incredible job. And you're welcome. God, it's gone too far. Be good to yourselves, chat. Don't worry. If you will not, I'll be back in like 12 hours, so...